Brainstorm simulation V1, which is looking at ZBrush and MidJourney and Runway. So I'll introduce Maria, who is an architect and computational designer, actually not based in Cyprus anymore. We have to update that, in Bali. She holds a master's degree from the MSc CAD from Design Morphine and a master's degree of architecture from Moscow Institute of Architecture. Together with her partners, founded an architecture studio in Moscow focused on creating commercial interiors. She also was a production director at Afterform Studio, working on production and exporting unique parametric furniture designs worldwide. During the master's program, she was focused on procedural design tools and techniques, and now works on projects to explore how AI and procedural technologies can work together and be integrated in different areas of life and be useful. And also want to mention that this workflow was kind of started through a collaboration with Microsoft, so that was cool. So let me stop sharing and we'll hand it to you. Before everyone that's here, just make sure if you want to chat to switch the chat to everyone. Same for you, Maria. If there's anything you wanted to drop in the chat or anything, just make sure you switch the chat to everyone. And just a reminder, afterwards, you'll be sent an email to watch the recording. So yeah, we'll pass it over to you, Maria.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I think I will drop to the chat to test the zip file with the middle button plugin for ZBrush.
Sure.
Hope it's there. And we'll start sharing.
Yes. Nice. Yeah, it's there.
Yeah. Because of the white screen, I will share the window, not the full screen,
Yes.
just to be sure it's visible.
Yeah, it's fine. We only see ZBrush, so it's good. Just if you switch windows, just remember to, switch to.
Yeah. Okay, then I think we can start with ZBrush, and I will talk a bit about interface, some brushes, tools, and types of deformation of geometry. We will create some sketches, and then we'll go to MidJourney, talk a bit about the basic settings and some prompts, tricks, and try to work with the reference images and blending images. And then we will go to Runway and create the video from the image. So let's start from the ZBrush. When you first open your ZBrush, you will see on the left side, you have some brushes. You can check it here. Types of stroke, textures, colors. We will talk about it a bit later. On the right side, we have different panels about our subtools, geometry, types of deformations. So let's just start. When you first open ZBrush, you have the sphere, but first of all, we need to clean our canvas, pressing Ctrl+N and create the new sphere and go to edit mode, pressing this button. When you have this frame, it means that you are in edit mode. To start sculpting, when you want to draw something on your sphere, it shows you the message that you need to make it Polymesh 3D. You can find this button on the right side. So now it's Polymesh 3D, and we can start working with this geometry. Let's go on this right menu. First, we have subtools. This subtools menu works like layers in Photoshop or groups, you will have few different types of your geometry, different parts, and you can work with them separately. And you can duplicate them, just somehow work with them. Split, merge, boolean, so you can find all these tools here. Then we have different geometry modifications. We will work with them during our sketching. Then let's go to brushes. I'm sure if you installed already ZBrush, you tried some of them, like moving. Let's make it bigger. If you click right button on your mouse, you will see outside of the model. You will have this menu with a drawing size. So, for example, the moving brush, the pinch brush. Just let's explore a bit these different brushes and play around with them. Now our sphere is low quality. You can see the polygons. So let's make the quality better. And let's go to geometry panel on the right side and turn on the Dynamesh. And if you press this button, you will see how many polygons we will have, just to check that it works. So, okay, let's go to brushes. They are very, like, you can easily understand what they are doing with these pictures. User-friendly interface here. You can make some scribes using the curve tool, or you can just draw something on your sphere. Add some layers with different sizes. If we go to standard one, it just goes, makes a line outside. Oh, I forgot to say about the middle button plugin, which I put to the chat. If you download it and just open the WinRAR, you just need to put the files which you have in your folder. Let me show you. There is a one second. There is a folders inside. You can take which you usually use the 64 for your Windows or just the original one. Just copy these files and then go to your disk C, program files, Maxon Zbrush, and then to zplugs. Let me show you. Yeah. Okay, one more time. Disk C, program files, Maxon Zbrush, and Cplugs folder, and just copy these files here. And it should work with your ZBrush. Because usually navigation in ZBrush is really weird, and you need to scroll somewhere here in this small area in the frame. But if you will install the middle button plugin, you can zoom in and zoom out with your scroll on your mouse, and really easier navigation like you have in all other software. Okay, let's go back to brushes. So when you take any brush from here and start drawing, it usually goes outside of the model. But if you press Alt and do the same, it will go inside. Let's clear it a bit. The same if it goes basically inside, but you press Alt, then it will go outside. So like invert version. Okay. So just need to play around with these different brushes and check what they can do. For example, this slide tool. When you use this slide brush, sometimes it creates this weird lines, like broken polygons. In this case, we can activate the Sculptis Pro mode, which is here, and you can see the difference. It creates new triangle polygons just on flight when you draw the line. Of course, if you go crazy, it can broke somewhere, but it really helps to avoid this broken polygons when you need to extend your model a lot. But usually this Sculptis Pro mode is not active. It works good with this slide brush and with, for example, these curves. If you choose it, the brush asks you to turn on this Sculptis Pro. In this curve snake brush, it creates also a curve. You can just draw this line. The curves is really a nice part of the tools in ZBrush because it helps you to control what you're doing more than when you I hope I'm back. I don't know what happened.
You're
Just
back now.
stopped in the middle. Okay, and do you see the screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Sorry. So until you have this line, the red and black, it's still modifiable. And then you can choose it here again and still work with it. But if you create the new line, the previous one is just escapes and you cannot modify it as a curve, only as a geometry. And now you can work with the new line. So if you need to control some curve which you're working on, don't create another one. I really like this snake curve tool. They have also other one, which is not creating this octopus style thing, but it's just work a bit different. And also with the curves, you have these dots and you can control the line, how it goes, how it turns around. So just need to try and play with these curves. Okay. Also have weird brushes like cactus. I don't know who used this, but someone. Oh. Also have a nice brush which makes this type of geometry on top of your model. It creates a mask on your base model and create one more layer. But it goes in the same subtool. To get this part of the new geometry, we can go to, as a different subtool, we can go to subtool, split, and choose this one, split mask points. And now we have our geometry, which we had before, in the one subtool, and this new part in the new subtool. Maybe this can be usable for some landscapes, or you need to create the texture, or I don't know. Just press Control and start drawing this mask, and it will create this geometry on top of your model. Again, if you need to make it as a different subtool, go to this split part. If not, you can press Control to switch between masked and unmasked areas. Okay, let's also put it to another subtool. Okay, let's see what we have else. Also, you have different types of masking here, or you just can click Control and start drawing the mask with a curve. For example, like this, you can mask some part. Or make a circle mask. If you need to blur your mask, you just press Ctrl and click on the area which you masked, and it will blur. Also, you can choose the mask pen, press Ctrl, and just start drawing on your model. And it also will create a mask in this area. And maybe let's go to see what we can do with our model. For example, so let's start with the masking, if we have it. As we checked already, we can split it as a different subtool. We can extract it as a different part. Or we can go, for example, for deformation. And we can, for example, inflate our geometry. And as you can see, it works only for unmasked part. We can add some noise on it. Just play a bit with it with different parameters. For example, twist it. Like that. These types of deformation just needs to be played around. I usually just open this menu and check what is going on when I change these parameters, because you can find something interesting. Also, with this masking, you have additional panel for it. You can make the mask manually, like we checked with the brushes here. Or you can, for example, mask all your model or clear. Let's draw something. As I showed you, you can click Ctrl and click on your model to blur it. Or you can use the button here, like there. You can draw mask. Just have really a lot of tools here. Let's check mask by cutting. And you can see, choose the parts which are like more inside. Mask by normals. Never used it before. Also mask by depth. Something interesting. If we will have more interesting form, it can help you to choose some areas. If you press Ctrl and click outside of your model, you can invert your masking. And let's try something. Okay. Mask by color, but we don't yet have colors. So just really a lot of stuff to work with the masking. Let's clear it. Also, you can make different polygroups on your model. Let's take them. Let's create some mask also here, a random one. And you can make the polygroups, for example, with a masked part. And then we can go to our subtools and go to split mode. And let's delete this part so we don't need them. Oh my god, what I did. Okay, let's start from the news here. Let's make it polymesh 3D. Make something with it. And let's go back to our polygroups. Let's create some masked areas. Masked. It doesn't work. Okay. Let's. Okay. Now we have split it with subtools. I don't know why this didn't work with the polygroups, but okay. We will come back to polygroups later. Let's check what we have else with our why it doesn't work? Because I made different subtools from it. Let's merge them back. Okay. Let's go back to brushes. We checked the snake curved brushes. Also, we have a snake hook brush. It creates like a hook tool. Okay, we have this hole because we merged different subtools together, but we didn't made the important thing. We didn't weld the ones to connect them together. If you have some different subtools, for example, if you create additional geometry, for example, cube. You will have it in the same subtool, but as a new geometry, so you can somehow move it. And then if you want to work with it, it will be in the masked area. And to merge it, we need to go to modify topology, and then with this well points, our mask. And we weld it. So now it should be all together without any holes. Yeah, it was welded. Okay, let's check what we have else. Just a lot of different types of brushes. You can put like layers of clay on your model if you need to add some volume on it. Also, it's really nice brush which makes a spiral. If you press Ctrl with this, if you press Alt with this brush, it will go in the left side, and usually it goes to the right side. This polish brush makes your model flat. What else can be interesting? This one makes short parts of the line. Okay, in this brush, I think we can go to our and let's use the standard one. I want to show you the strokes. Let's go to standard brush. Let's make it a bit bigger. So if you have this dots stroke in standard mode, it makes a lot of dots close to each other that it looks like it's just a line. If you choose the freehand, it also creates a line. Drag rect, if you see, it creates just one dot of your brush. Spray, as you can see, creates like spray, makes dots in a random area. And drag dot, sometimes it's useful when you need to put something, some geometry in exact part, for example, an eye or any character. You can just start drawing, and you will have your dot of your brush, and you are able to move it just on top of your model and search for the correct place for it, just to be sure it's exactly where you need it. If we go to alpha, alpha works like a bump map in other soft. You can choose from standard ones, this alpha. Let's take the drag right. And let's also make Dynamesh turn on to see what we are doing. You can choose from the standard ones, the alpha, which you need, or you can import any picture from your folder and use it, just to make the black and white map, and you will be able to use it as an alpha. It's nice tool to create some textures on your model if you and some bump map. Textures also we have here, but I never used it because for me it's a bit weird. If you need to render something, it's easier to render it somewhere else. Never used these textures. For a quick sketch, which we will use in MidJourney, we will save just the green screen from ZBrush, not to spend time for rendering. And we will use this quick materials just to create the color which we need. But usually I use the gray one because it's just more nice color for me. Maybe it's more visible when you work with this standard thread color. Maybe it's more visible, like the type of your geometry. But usually I use the gray one because red is like too much for me. But you can use some interesting things like normal, just to see some with a different angle. Your model maybe see some things which you need to fix, just make them more visible to test. Or some nice effects like a mirror. Sometimes it's nice to check what you can get as a result if you will use some metal textures, just as a quick thing. You don't need to render it. Just take a screenshot and then use it somewhere else in MidJourney, Runway, or as it is. Let's try different ones. Really a lot of colors. But let's go back to gray mode and clean our alpha. To smooth your model, you can press Shift and just draw on top of your model which you made, and it will smooth it works with any brush. So, for example, you draw something with this break brush and then press Shift and continue drawing, and it will make it smooth. Doesn't matter which brush you're in. Shift always makes it smoother. Okay, let's go to part of brushes which works with the curves. We already checked the snake curve, but also there is a lot of nice different brushes here. Like, for example, curve alpha. You create a curve and it applies any alpha which you have here. You just choose which one you need and click one time on your curve, and it creates this alpha here and scales it just on top of your curve, like it shows here on the brush image. So it makes it big on this part when you start, and makes it really small in the end of your curve. And you can play around with it and choose different alphas. Also, you can import any other. Also, you can create flat curve. On your model, and it will create the flat line on it. Or go back. We can create some curve tube, which also will be modifiable. It's not the easy type of navigation with these curves. So sometimes you need to make it few times to find the way how it easily goes. When you take the part of your curve with this green dot, it moves. If you choose this other part with a small green line, you can continue drawing and it will follow your mouse and you can modify it. So just need to spend some time inside this curve tool to find a way how to control it. Sometimes it's much easier just to create the new curve if you don't like the result. Because it's really not the easy tool to find the way how to place it on your model. But the nice thing that when you made this curve, you can go to brushes, and here you have some different already prepared models. For example, this IMM curve, and here you have some different models For example, this maze. Why? Okay. The brush decided to turn off. Let me start sharing again. Okay, we can go back, for example, to our Lightbox menu. And here you will have the latest projects. And if you choose it, you will go back to the latest one. Yeah. Here we have our curves. Okay, and here we have different types of geometry which we can apply to our curves. For example, these wires. You just scroll around, see what you need, and I don't know why it doesn't work. Maybe we created few different curves in one subtool. That's why. Let's try one more time. Okay, let's go from scratch. Clean our screen. Create sphere and go to edit mode. Let's choose the gray one. And let's make a curve. So you choose any model that you want to apply and click to your curve. And you will get it here. There are some different types of geometry already inside the ZBrush. Okay, we went outside of our curve tool. That's why it doesn't apply. So to apply the geometry to your curve, you should still see this red and black curve tool until it's visible. It works. So, and also after you apply the geometry here, you still can modify this curve. But you need to see the curve word to be able to apply this geometry to your curve. If we go just to, for example, this parts brush, you will have just the new geometry which creates on top of your model. It's nice to make some small details if you create a character, for example, or I don't know, some vehicle. There are really a lot of these small parts. Just you can explore this part with the zippers, for example. Zippers works with a curve. And if you choose the tool which needs a curve to be applied, it will start the curve brush automatically. Okay, let's create a new let's go to sphere. Make it by mesh 3D. And let's maybe start creating something. We explored a bit different types of brushes. Let's try to make something with it. Let's go to our geometry and turn on the Dynamesh. When it turned on, to add more polygons, you just need to press Ctrl and draw the rectangle outside. And the Dynamesh will update and create like updated polygons. For example, if you see, now they became bigger. You press Ctrl, draw the rectangle outside, and it updates. If you use the Sculptis Pro, it creates triangles. The Dynamesh makes the small squares. Let's turn off the polygons. Move Elastic also creates like the longer version of the move tool. Let's maybe use the symmetry. If we go to the transform menu here on top, you can find some tools here. Let's now use the symmetry. For example, on the X. And now it's before we activated symmetry, we made some modifications and now it's not symmetrized. So now if we continue modifying, it will be absolutely symmetry. But if you need to make the symmetry from this step, like you already created something, but you want to symmetrize it, then we go to geometry tool geometry menu, modify topology, and use this mirror and weld button. If you see, there is a 3 super small X, Y, and Z letters. So which one you choose, this will be the X, which is using for the mirroring. So if we use X, it goes this way, or you can use both of them and it will go and or 3 of them. So it will go with all these X's. Okay, let's use one. Small setting it. If your model just moves somewhere in the out of your frame, you can press this frame button and it will appear again in the middle. Sometimes it happens that you can lose it somewhere. Let's just sketch something. Take a smaller brush. Move it a bit. Let's check our mesh. It turned on. Let's move. When you have some bugs with these holes on your model, they appears when you have super thin layer between two surfaces and dynamesh it, for example. It can create these small holes. So to avoid these things, to hide them, we can use the masking. For example, we can mask this part. Then we go to let's go to geometry, modify topology. No. First, let's delete mask parts. So we just hide these parts which we masked. Then we go to geometry, press this delete hidden, and then close holes. And this area now closed. And also we can use mirror and weld to be sure that everything is symmetry and welded. Smooth it a bit. And we have again the clean model without this super small holes. So this is the way how you can fix these bugs. Let's take some brush. Created some random stuff. Okay, just as an example. Let's go to let's check now how we can also modify our geometry. If you press W on your keyboard, you will get this gizmo and you will be able to move your geometry. Also, it helps you if you have some different subtools. You will also need this gizmo tool. For example, if you create some primitive, and press also W, you will be able to control it and put it in the right place. Let's link it to another subtool. Okay, so you have this gizmo, and you have some small menu here. You can lock and unlock the position of your gizmo. You can press this small house, and it will go to the 0 coordinate. But the most interesting thing here is this customize button. And here you can find different transform types. Let's explore them a bit. So when you press here, you can choose any of them, and ZBrush will create a frame around your model with this small gizmos, this cones, and you can just play around with it and try to find what you can do with it. Let's check what we can make with it. Okay, this was the band arc. Let's try the deformer. Using this orange parts, you create the new sections on your deformation tool, and then you can control it with the points. Flatten creates just a flat version of your model. So you can make it flat in any position using this axis. The slice tool. Didn't use that before. Subdivide, okay. Bend curve. Let's check what it can make. Also nice tool. More controllable variation of the curl brush, so you can just create a lot of lines, a lot of dots, which can control your model, and it will be like a controlling line. It's really nice tool. Let's duplicate this model. This was the bend curve. The former hard is like really more controllable tool to deform manually with each point, if you know exactly what you want to achieve with these modifiers. Inflate, nice tool, but I think it's easier to use it in the right panel with deformation. that here is more controllable also, because you can use in which side inflate more. Okay, let's check what we have else. Just rotation. The smoothing tool, nice when you need to smooth all your model. Easier than using the shift and brush. And the taper, I like it a lot. Very often use it. Soft deformer, also useful tool. It makes deformation more softer. Twist also, really nice tool. I think it's really like unique as a ZBrush software. This twist and swirl deformations are really important things in this software because it's super easy to modify it and it works really fast. And you create something crazy in just a few buttons. Just need to play around with those, all these deformation tools. They're really super nice, and you can get some crazy abstract sculptures just with a few deformation tools. And this is a really nice tool to create like some spaces. Not the classic architectural spaces, but some weird floating like futuristic spaces or some natural caves or some sea caves, some landscapes. Okay, then we can press accept button and we go back to our gizmo. You can go back anytime. Or just press W and you go to gizmo and it sets automatically. Let's check our polygons. We can make them Dynamesh one more time. something happened with the zoom. Let's go back to ZBrush. So when we modified with this deformer tools, it was just scaled a lot. So let's make it a bit smaller, because our brush is now super small. Yeah, now it went back to our scale. Let's smooth a bit these lines which were created with them polygons which were deformed. Maybe it's better to activate the Sculptris Pro when you're deforming it with these tools. Maybe in this case there wouldn't be so many broken polygons which will have to be smoothed. Let's also wanted to show you the interesting tool. When you activate the gizmo and you can move your model, if you press Ctrl and move it, you will make a copy of it. Then if you press Ctrl, still hold it, start moving your model, and then unpress Ctrl and continue moving, you will have like as much copies as you need. We were too zoomed in. Let's go back. So press Ctrl, start moving on the just check where you want to move, which on which area, and then unpress Ctrl and continue moving, and you will have a lot of copies of your model. Ctrl, start moving, and press Ctrl and continue moving. Our model is too big, I think, for this amount of copies. So let's go back a bit. I think I will create for example 5. So this is a nice trick to make them like copy stuff, or if you creating a character, this is how you can make the neck parts. Or some parametric stuff when you need a lot of copies. Okay, Also, one more thing which I wanted to show you in ZBrush is, for example, let's go back to something simple. When you start working with any, for example, you just open ZBrush and want to create something based on a reference image. You just can use the Spotlight tool, which is already inside the ZBrush. So we can go to Texture menu, press the Import button. Okay, I'll just import something. I imported the picture, this one. Then you need to choose it here. And press this button with which calls Add to Spotlight. And you will have this picture inside your ZBrush as a reference image. The navigation inside Spotlight is a bit weird. You have this circle with this small tools. For example, if you need to scale this picture, you need to be on top of this picture with your mouse and start rotating this small circle. And that is so it will scale it. If you need to rotate it, so you go to this rotate mode. Really weird navigation. Just need some time to check how it works. To move it, you should be inside this circle. Press the left button on your mouse and you will be able to move it. Okay, also there was a transparency here. Oh my God. So, okay. Yeah, here it is. The transparency is this picture. To go outside of this Spotlight circle menu, you need to press Z. And now you have this reference image just here. And there is a few ways how you can use this Spotlight. Only just as a reference image. Or if you have your model, let's make it polymesh 3D and dynamesh it a bit. So, and you put your model under this picture and start drawing something with any brush. This Spotlight picture will be used as a alpha, as a bump map. It's nice if you don't want to create alpha, you just can put something here and use it as a cover. And this is nice to find the right scale for it, for example. So you put your part of your model under this spotlight picture and just draw maybe something super small in this area, and then you will have it on your model. Or if you just want to use it as a reference image and don't need this alpha tool, alpha type of using the spotlight, then you can just put it here, and then you go to brush menu here, and then go to it's somewhere here. Brush. It should be samples. Samples here. And unpress this spotlight projection. So now it doesn't make any effects on your model. So you can just manually use it as a reference image, but it wouldn't create any bump on it. So this is the spotlight tool. Sometimes it's nice to have some reference image just inside. It's easier to work with it. To go back to this spotlight menu, press again Z. Or to turn it off, we can go here, like on off your spotlight. You can control it here. Just turn it on if you need it. Okay. Let's also check the masking tools. For example, we made some masking on our geometry. Go to all the groups and let's work with them. Let's create groups by masked areas. Yeah. To make them be visible, the polygroups, you need to turn on this polyframe. And now when you create the polygroups, they will be with the different colors. It makes the different colors automatically. For example, we just now made the groups from masked areas. regroup this. Okay. And then let's go to our geometry. And let's try to create the loops. For example, let's use the panel loops. Let's blur a bit our mask. And let's try the panel loops. No, it's too much. Let's make the thickness smaller. And this is the way how you can create some paneling on your model. Now the result is not really good because of the Dynamesh type of polygons. Let's maybe divide it and create the polyloops again. No. Go back to Dynamesh. And make resolution bigger. We need to press the groups button to make these polygroups still be in the same place. Sometimes to activate the Dynamesh few times, if you didn't touch your model and just press the Dynamesh and try to update it, sometimes it doesn't work. So you just need to move just any pixel or just touch somehow your model with any brush, and then the Dynamesh will work. Sometimes it's a bit confusing when you try to update it and it doesn't work. Just need to touch your geometry somehow. Okay, we made our polygons smaller. Let's try again the loops. Let's go not to edge loops. Let's start from zero measure maybe. And let's remesh our model. But keep the groups. Let's turn on this button and press zero measure. Let's check how it will be made. It takes some time, so the progress line is in this top area. I think we need to play around with the properties a bit. Let's try one more time the zero measure. Also, we can smooth these lines manually with the smoothing tool to get a nicer result. And let's try one more time the loops. Okay, I think it's now looks better. So you created the polygroups from the masked areas, and we can make different types of loops using these polygroups. If you control this thickness for the panel loop, it will create thinner or thicker parts, and it will have just a hole between these panels, so they will be like splitted. And if you want to modify it somehow, for example, smooth, these parts will be really splitted. Let's try the group loops. It creates groups on this border line. You can control the quantity of them. And if you now try to modify it, there wouldn't be a hole there. So you just will have this loop as a separate polygroup. Okay, let's go back and try the edge loop. We have something hidden. So let's go to modify topology, a bit hidden. It needs to partly be hidden. Okay. Doesn't matter. Also, let's create panel loops as an example. Also, there is one more thing how you can create this paneling stuff. Let's go to masking. Let's try to make them let's make also the polygroups. And then we can go to for example, again, group loops, and we can extract why I took this one. We can split these masked areas as a different subtool. So sometimes it's useful. I just hide it. Okay. And it works not really in good way. I think because of the quantity of our polygons. So we can go back. Okay, let's try. Yeah, I think we need to make the zero measure or the dynamic to dynamesh our model to make it looks better. Okay, let's make the new one. To clean your canvas, you can press Ctrl+N and put the new sphere here. Then we need to make it polymesh 3D. And let's turn on the dynamesh. And let's go to our masking tool. And then let's try again our body groups. Maybe now it will work better. Yeah, we need to turn the polyframe to be visible. And let's try again our loops. And now let's go to our masking mode. And let's use mask by groups. Mask by groups, and then I pressed Ctrl and clicked outside to invert the masking. So we masked now all the stuff around, but the borders are not masked. And now we can go, for example, to deformation tool. And for example, inflated. if we go to the minus, it goes inside. Let's just leave it with this definitions. So this is the one more tool how you can create something interesting on your model. If we click Control and click left button mouse outside, we will invert our masking. And now we can try to do something also with this other part of our model. Or just draw something here. You just can really continue working with this masking stuff in any stage of your work on the model. You can go to masking part. Let's blur it a bit. Invert our masking. And for example, if we did let's clean our mask. And smooth our model. Let's turn off the polyframe. I usually turn it on only when work with the polygroups because there are always really weird colors. This automatic colors of polygroups. So yeah, this is the one of the tools which you can use to create something really fast and interesting as a sketch with any type of model. Also, let's explore a bit the light box. Because maybe sometimes for sketches, yeah, now we are talking about the space sketches or some architectural, but maybe in some time you will need to sketch some character or something else. And in ZBrush you can find different base models. For example, the jewelry, or like there are some demo projects, a dog or some guns, I don't know, insects. For example, when you need to find something, maybe you can find the base form here in ZBrush. Or maybe you want to create some close sketch. And you can turn on the mail base form and just start sculpting on it just on top. Maybe we can use them the clay and just sculpt on top. Let's go back. If you turn on the Sculptist Pro, it will help you to avoid these broken triangles. So this is a really nice thing that you have some basic things here. You can explore the different models really fast. Just use the basic models here. Also, you can find all the brushes here. Maybe it will be easier for you to navigate here. Different noises. Okay. Where we have been. Oh, I think we didn't save our nice results, which we had from the deformation. Yeah, but okay, it's not a problem. Let's make something new. Let's activate our Dynamesh. Let's turn off the floor and this perspective. You can always check the Dynamesh if it works or not with the polyframe. I don't think I need the symmetry now. It was automatically activated because we were exploring the human body base form, and it always on when you use this human body. You can turn it off, of course, but it turns on automatically when you open this model. But maybe let's mirror and weld. Get some cleaner picture. Let's go to our deformation tools. Let's do some bend arc. Deform it a little bit. Mm. Go back to the former. Maybe let's smooth it a little bit. Let's also check our, that's why. Need the Dynamesh. That's why our deformation looks a bit weird. Because of these polygons. Let's scale it a bit because again it became too big. And it's not that easy to draw with the brushes when the model is super huge. Okay, let's make some waves here, maybe. The smoothing tool works now, not so good because we changed the scale. Okay, let's go to our deformations again. It's twisted. Mm. Oh, mm. And let's also try to use the clay polish. Let's go to subtool and duplicate it. Just save it, and then let's go to zero measure, because our polygons are too small and it's hard to navigate and smooth there. Why it doesn't work? Why it doesn't work? Interesting. Okay. Let's try now the zero measure. Yeah, we have to turn off this subdivision levels to use the zero measure. I don't know why it was turned on. Let's wait. It will take some time. Let's try one more time. Because I thought that it was freezed, but not. I think the problem is that we started here with the body, the male body geometry as a template, and then started working with the sphere inside this file, and maybe some tools were activated, which we're using in this like male project. That's why it takes so much time, and some weird tools were activated. Zero measure works very slow, but works. Let's wait a bit. Yeah, now it's more clean, and I think it will work faster. Yeah, and smoothing also works. So sometimes it's really necessary to make the zero measure just to be able to modify your model. Or if you already made some nice sketch and you just want to clean your model a bit, use the zero measure. Now, Here we have some bugs. Let's use our trick with the masking. Split it. Then let's go to delete hidden and close holes. And I fixed it. This is really necessary thing to do with these closing holes when you're cleaning. Okay, let's go back to our masking and maybe let's try this masking by gravity. I think we need to now divide. Oh, no. Back. Let's merge all groups together because this part, when we closed the hole, it was in the separate polygroup. So let's merge all them together. And then divide our model. Why it's not visible? And then let's go to masking. No, it's a bit inflated. Why the divide and Dynamesh doesn't work? Very odd. Let's go back and check what happened. Good. Well, let's turn off our spotlight. I also work in Houdini, and it's like automatically press Z to zoom to the model from Houdini software. But here in ZBrush, it opens the spotlight. Okay. Finally, the Dynamesh worked now. There was some bug. Let's again try our mask by cavity. But first, we need to smooth everything a bit. First, need to blur these lines. Okay, let's also blur our mask. Okay. And then let's make polygroups. And then let's go to stroke. Curve functions. And frame mesh from polygroups. And now we got the lines, like the curves, which are going on the borders of our polygroups. And then we can try to make the curve tube on these lines. Maybe let's make it a bit smaller. Or we can try to use not the tube, but something else like this. I don't know, would it work? Oh, okay. Okay, let's use the tubes. They also looks nice. And this is one more way to create like paneling or some additional lines on your model. Now you can control all of them, but I'm not sure that it's a good idea in our case, because now these curves are going exactly on top of your model. But if you want, you try to modify it. Yes, you can create something interesting in it. But it's really hard to control these curves. So I will leave it as it is. But if you need, you know that you can control these lines and create something else with it. Okay, let's duplicate to save it. Here we have some weird situation with the lines. But okay, it's a sketch. Let's deform it again a bit. Oh, we can deform it separately. Nice. Let's try to make something with it. Maybe let's also inflate a bit the lines. Okay. Ah, they were just masked. Okay. Got it. So nice. Let's modify this part also. I think we can get some interesting result from this. Let's just create something as a sketch. And I think we can make some. Let's finish this sketch and make some break and then continue and go to try to use MidJourney. Okay. Let's go to masking. We have something weird. But we can try to use it as a basic sketch form to create some some interesting spaces. Okay, I think we can have maybe 10 minutes break. I will stop sharing and we'll be back in, let's meet in 10 minutes. I'll text. Hello. Let's go back to our model. So this is what we've got as a sketch. I think we can try to split this part. Hope it will work. Not bad. Okay. I just wanted to try to apply different colors to different parts. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know, only for all model. But that's okay. Let's use it as it is. Let's merge the lines together. And maybe I think we can also smooth the lines a little bit. Mm, accidentally, we also merged with this part, which was hidden. We forgot to delete it. But that's okay. Let's mask it. To undo masking, press Ctrl and Alt together and draw, and you will be able to unmask the area. Mm, let's go to masking. No, no. Modify topology. Oh no. I just deleted it. No. I thought I will delete the parts which was unmasked. Okay. That's not a problem. We will just repeat it. Let's make mask by cavity. And I think we can merge our subtools. Then let's go to masking. Blur it a little bit. We will repeat. It's always better result when you repeat something that you just accidentally delete or broke. You will remember it better how to make it, and always it's a better result. Okay. So let's go to polygroups. Let's try this one. Go to mesh. And let's go to tubes. I don't like the quality of the lines. I think we need again to make the Dynamesh. Looks a bit flat. Let's try some tube. Let's try to make them polygroups. In the previous model, we had really better lines. Okay, let's use the old one. It'll be faster. Paint it and deform it a bit. Let's move it a little bit. And again, smooth a bit. Also twist a little bit. Mm. And maybe add one more layer. No, I don't like the straight lines. They're broken everything. Okay, let's leave it as it is. And I think we can try to go to MidJourney to create something. I'm sharing my ZBrush window because of the wide screen. But now I'm making with the snipping tool just the print screen. You can make the same. If you are working in parallel and making your own sketches, you can also make the print screen with the snipping tool. And then we will use it in MidJourney. Just will save it. Let's save some few views. Just will save them in a folder to be able to use them. Okay. Let's go to MidJourney. I hope you all have installed the Discord with the MidJourney bot. Let me share. Okay, now I'm sharing my Discord. And let's go to MidJourney and let's talk about the basic stuff. I think first is better to share. If you open the MidJourney website, you can go to the docs. If you use MidJourney for the first time or just want to know more stuff about it, you can go to Docs, and here you can find all information about all the settings of MidJourney and everything that you can use it inside. So in the commands, you have the basic stuff. We will use the imagine command and blend also. So really here you can find the answer for any question about the different parameters of MidJourney pictures. Maybe for first try you don't need all them, but if you're going to make some more professional stuff there, you can just check around. You can find some settings about the image size, the quality, some different types of styles. You can also save the video about how MidJourney loads the picture. The scale of the picture, the radius. Just, yeah, you can search for any information about MidJourney settings just inside the MidJourney docs. And in the tools, also interesting thing that you can make from the picture that you've got, you can make variations of some parts. It's also a nice thing. Also, you can just search for MidJourney settings, and there are a lot of websites where you can find information about it. But let's go to MidJourney. Of course, you can first try to make some pictures just with an Imagine tool. For example, let's create a futuristic public space. Futuristic public space as an example. And let's see what we got from it. Yeah, it's really futuristic public space. That's just what you can find from any prompt. This is an example. Let's try to use our pictures which we made. Let's take, for example, this one, this screenshot from our ZBrush. We uploaded, just press this plus and upload the file. And you have this picture here. And now let's again start Imagine. Let's use the same prompt. First, we open this picture, copy link, and paste it here. Or you can just take this picture and drag it here, and it also will put the link to this picture. So the link to the reference image should be first in prompt. Then you need to write the text part of your prompt. Futuristic public space. And let's see what we will have from this combination. I think we need to, let's also put our reference image here. And let's try adding some additional information to our prompt. For example, it will be interior with neon lights. That's right. So MidJourney took our reference image lines and used it as a neon. Let's try another picture. Using this link, just dragging here. Let's go public space interior. Stick. Let's describe some materials which we want to see there. For example, glass, stone, greens, and neon lights. I don't like the greens. Let's use not the greens. Let's use the tropical. I like the second one, but I don't like the palm tree. It looks really weird. Okay, let's avoid the flora style. Okay, let's make the public space interior. Futuristic, because we have like really futuristic lines. Stairs, balcony. And a lot of people walking around. Let's see what we can get from this prompt. We didn't talk about any colors or materials, and that's why we have in the same color palette as our reference image. But I really like it. I think it looks nice. It looks like an architectural model of interior. Let's make some variations. So this is the U means upscale. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. It always like counts like this. So you choose which one you want to upscale or make variations. This V means variations. And let's also make variations for the second one. Nice. Let's add information about materials. Charleston with marble, for example. The first one looks like a sculpture in some museum, modern art. Let's use number 3, for example. And when you upscale any of pictures that you made, you have additional settings. So for example, you can zoom out and it will extend this picture and like draw additional space around it. Let's wait a bit. Also, you can zoom out into depth side. Also, you can extend it to the left or to the right, for example. So you can make really long picture. And then you can upscale one of these variations and combine with the previous one. And no, you don't need to combine it. It already combines them together. Also, you can work on the region of the picture that you have. For example, let's add here something. I can just make variations of this area. We'll choose the empty space. Maybe he'll make something interesting there. Yeah. Let's check what we else can do with it. Let's see what we can do with them. Which picture was important here? Right, let's use the third one. Okay, let's imagine that it will be a public space exterior. Let's imagine that this is the public space. Oh, publics. Made a mistake. Hope you will understand me. The exterior with the skyscrapers around and a lot of people. It's my fault. Let's also use futuristic because this word in prompt really helps to get really futuristic result to avoid this stuff. Feels like I forgot the link. Yeah, the link, and then our text note. Let's see. Let's try. Let's try another words, not the skyscrapes. Maybe I made a mistake. If you want to have some inspiration about the prompts, or maybe just check how it's better to create the prompt, you can go to MidJourney website and see the gallery, and you just can scroll it and scroll it. It's like unstoppable. And you will just see what people are creating in MidJourney, and you will be able to see the prompt. So you can know which words are effects on the picture. Or if you have a reference image, maybe let's try to describe the image which we have. Let's see how MidJourney will describe it. So maybe you have some reference image of something that you like, but you don't know how to describe it. You can ask MidJourney, like generative abstract design with fluid shapes. Or let's check how he will describe. I don't know, just a random picture from Pinterest with the furniture. Let's see how he'll describe this, like materials and colors. Okay, let's try with our reference image. Let's combine some characteristics, space, interior. Light tones. For example, futuristic space interior with glass acrylic materials, colorful light tones, fashionable urban atmosphere, and modern design. Just choose the random words from this description of this picture. Let's see what we will get. I think we need to also add in our description the scale of this thing and the people, because when you add people to your MidJourney description, it's always better to understand the scale. And let's use the same font, futuristic, huge space interior, space interior with few levels. And a lot of people. Waiting for the lecture, for example. You can also describe it more, not just the space. If you know that this is the library or conference hall, we can try to use it also. Because the space interior, sometimes it's just something empty with the stairs inside. Let's imagine this is huge. Conference room. Realistic. That's right. Because now this space is more abstract and looks like this is the model, not the real interior. Let's check if it will be more realistic. Or also we can add some style of some architect or where is the people? Conference room. Let's use the highlighted style just to check what we can get. Okay, the conference room is always with the chairs. Let's use not the conference room, but let it be theater. I think we went somewhere the wrong way. Okay. Interesting. Just changed some words. Let's see what we'll get. Sometimes if you use less words, MidJourney makes really more interesting result than if you describe exactly every every detail which you want to see inside. Okay. Let me 1 second. I will try to search. Let's use one more trick. Let's blend one of our screenshots and I asked MidJourney about theater interior, but I think he didn't understand me correct. And let's use the blend tool and see how he will combine our sketch and just the usual theater interior. That's so interesting. Maybe we'll try another one. Let's see what we can get from it. Let's also try blend and the theater interior and our screenshot. Let's see how it will work. Make something abstract, not using our lines as a part of the walls, but just use it as something in the middle of this space, like a sculpture. How we can make it? Let's try a futuristic concert hall interior. Balconies. Realistic interior. Futuristic concert hall interior with balconies and people sitting. Realistic interior, soft materials and cozy lights. Let's see what we'll create. Again, something more abstract. But I think it looks nice. But why it's so abstract? I think because of our sketch. It's very abstract. Let's try without futuristic. But let's use realistic. Let's see what we can get from it. Because I think on the first our fonts, we got more realistic result. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's try something else. Mm. Mm. Something interesting, I think. But the problem with people, because MidJourney makes them in the same style as fonts. And they looks really abstract. But I think we can think about how we can make these people more realistic, because now they looks like it's statues from marble, not the real people. Yeah, looks cozy. Okay, let's imagine something different. Where's our reference image? Let's think about that this is the modern style viewer exterior on the box. For example, it depends on what is your idea, what you want to create. But sometimes it's interesting to just play around with different things and describe in different way, not the like public space exterior, But this doesn't look a lot like a villa. It can also be a museum or something else. Mm. Let's try this prompt. That it's a modern style villa exterior with ocean view and jungles, dark stone and cozy lights. I like the third one. Let's try to upscale it, because when you upscale something, MidJourney adds a lot of details, so it not just make the picture better quality, but adds more realistic details, and you can get really another result from it. Upscaling is slow, but we have to try. Maybe also let's create this one. I'm upscaling some of our pictures. And we will take them and we'll try to create something in Runway. Just as a test. Let's make something else with the exteriors. Let it be modern style, futuristic office building exterior, dark stone and cozy lights, rainy weather, and people around. Oh, I got the wrong. Let's try. Sunny weather. Sometimes it helps to get absolutely different result when you change the weather or atmosphere or colors. We can try something with colors description. Okay. We made some pictures. Let's try to go to runway. Let's save them. To save, it's better to open and then save image. Also, when you work with MidJourney, think about the size of your image that you need to get as a result, because we use the reference image, which is like more wide, like HD format, and MidJourney as a basic creates the square picture. And if your reference image is not also square, you will get this black lines. So just need to play with the settings, which I showed you in the beginning. On the MidJourney website, you can check about the parameters of the image size, but let's go to runway and don't spend time on it because it's technical moments. You can just play around with this settings of image size. Okay, now let's go to runway. So we just go to a website, the Runway website, log in, and here you also can create some pictures in the Runway, but there are some plans for which you need to pay, and you have some limited projects if you have the free plan. So I don't know, I like more to use MidJourney to create the basic image, and the Runway only for the video. But we can also try to play around with it. Okay, let's go to our folder. I'm sharing only the window, sorry, but okay. I uploaded one of our images which we got from MidJourney. We can create the video just from the picture without any descriptions, or also let's try to describe something, what we want to get. Let's see. It will take some time. Let's see. Nothing interesting. Just few people are walking there. Okay, yeah, we need a description. Let's make them as an inside. I don't know if he'll add people, but let's check. It's better if you need to show people on your small video. It's better to have them on your picture from MidJourney, or if it's hard to achieve, also you can add them in Photoshop just on top if you know the scale of these people that you want to get. You can add them in Photoshop, upload to Runway this picture already with added people, and in this case the video will be with the moving people around. But now we took the picture without people. Let's try next one, more a live picture. Okay, let's see. People added, but not zoomed in enough, I think. Maybe. Mm, let's describe better what we want to see in our Zoom. A second. One problem of the runway is that it creates only 4-second video. I don't know, maybe if there is a payable plan, maybe it can be more than 4 seconds. Ah, you can extend it. Yeah. Okay, let's try another image because I don't like the result. Let's check maybe the preview. No. Okay. Yeah, it takes some time to get the video from Runway. Maybe 1 or 2 minutes for each try. Hmm? I think it looks better. No, not so dynamic as I wanted to see it. But the Runway videos are like, they create small movement just to feel that this is not a static picture, but a bit alive. Let's maybe try interior one. As I tried before, when you just use only image without any description, but you have people on this picture, it works better when you don't ask him any exact things, so it creates more interesting movement than if you try to describe what you want from it. So maybe the random video from Runways for me feels better, more interesting. And I think it makes it faster. Let's try more abstract thing. Let's say zoom in and disassemble the form. Let's try. I think it will be interesting if you will zoom in and try to like open these layers, but I'm not sure how Runway will understand me. Just need more tries. Not so cool as I imagined it can be. Let's try to add some information in our prompt. because yeah, I feel like as more abstract picture you have, as more abstract video you will get. I mean that if it looks like a building, Runway will just try to make like small video around. Maybe need more information in prompt to get more crazy results about the style of camera movement or something like this. Let's wait. I will save during our waiting. I will save or more abstract images from MidJourney to try. Okay, let's see. I asked him to zoom in, but he ignored me. Interesting. Okay, let's try some more abstract pictures. Maybe in the runway also need to check some prompts for other people who created some videos. Let me check some prompt tips. Why camera is not flying around? Let's try. Add some description. Again, needs to wait. That looks nicer. Okay, let's try to go back to MidJourney. I want to blend one of our pictures and just the bubbles. Let's see what we can get from it. Okay, let's use our screenshot and the bubbles. Just to get some more crazy results. So we just blended our sketch and a picture from Pinterest. Let's try something else. Let's use this, which we used in the ZBrush, just as an example. And our screenshot from ZBrush. We'll put some octopus results. Okay. And now let's use this image, which we got from Bubbles, as a reference image. Or let it be interior with modern space. Let's see what we can get from this prompt. A futuristic modern public space. Interior with private zones in the bubbles and people inside. Let's use the same prompt, but not with these bubbles, but with one of our screenshots, because I think that the bubbles image like killed all our sketch and left only the bubbles. Yeah, this looks nice because previous ones were a bit more boring, like more realistic ones. Let's try this image. Let's go to runway. And let's use on the image without description. Let's see, because here we have people and it always makes some scale and camera movement, I think will be better because we have people. Let's wait. How AI works with the human body is crazy. Sometimes it creates nice people walking abstract around, but sometimes it makes crazy things. prompt. Let's see. Looks like Runway ignores my prompt. That's okay. This one is better. I like this movement on the ceiling. Let's try with a different prompt. Yeah, dramatic camera movement helps a bit. Yeah. While we were waiting for the videos, I created in MidJourney from this image, which we got. We blended the octopus and our sketch. Then I took this octopus as a reference and used this prompt like futuristic modern public space interior with the bubbles. Got this picture and then blend it again. So I used the MidJourney and our reference image from ZBrush. And this is what I've got from it. So some mix, double mix. Let's maybe also try it. in Runway. This is much more abstract. Let's try this one. Going back to Runway. Let's add a dramatic camera. Let's wait a little bit. Feels like every next video is going slower and slower to prepare. I think we get something interesting. But it's more like a sculpture inside the interior. Let's try also skip the MidJourney step and see what we can get from ZBrush screenshot. And let's describe it here. Maybe we will get something interesting. Just short futuristic space interior. Let's see. Nothing happened. Just the color changing. No. The way with the MidJourney, much better. Let's go back there. Okay, let's try one more thing. Where's our reference? Let's try to make more abstract prompt, just a few words to see what we can get from it. Let's hear the word in here. Maybe like this. Public space, cave style interior, and a lot of people around. Let's try. Let's try to check different variations. Yeah, I think we found something interesting. Let's use number 2 before. Sometimes reducing the quantity of words in prompt can really help to get more unexpected results, and it can be much more interesting. I like when you get something just from AI brain. And this more abstract pictures works better, I think, with the runway. And let's also try this cozy, like restaurant interior. Let it also be. Okay, let's go to our runway. Wait. A long time to wait. Maybe if upgrade and pay runway, it will be faster. But we still have 45 seconds left to create this videos. So we can make 11 videos. So boring. Such a nice interior picture, and runway makes super boring video from it. Let's try. Let's use dramatic camera. Maybe it can help. Let's see. One. Okay. Let's try. Open this interior runway will create some movement, not only the static picture moving in front of the camera because it's super boring. Yeah, for me, it's more interesting to play with the MidJourney. It's faster and more interesting results. More unexpected and really cool pictures than the runway videos. It's really a bit boring. Nothing happens. Just makes the picture a little bit alive with the movement, but not so cool as it can be. Let's try the other version of runway video creation. I think it's a video. Yeah, I think it's let's see which videos we have. I think that the nicer one was this one. This was the most interesting, I think, in the videos. And in MidJourney, I think we got really nice results with different types of interiors and exteriors. Got a lot of cute sculptures. Just, yeah, try to sketch in ZBrush, try different brushes, deformation tools, create something crazy, and see how MidJourney can help you to combine it with other reference images or with your prompt ideas. And yeah, I think you'll be able to get some nice pictures and nice results from it.
Thank you so
Hey,
much,
Mike.
Maria. It was awesome and cool and very artistic workflow. Hope everyone enjoyed it. It's yeah, it's a very, very cool way to be more artistic and having kind of fun with the outputs.
Hope guys will like it and we'll try it.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you try it, please share some stuff on socials and tag Maria and us so we can see it and share it.
Yeah, it will be cool.
Yeah. Yes, you have some thanks there. And cool. Well, I guess we'll end it here, and the recording will be sent when it's done. Thanks again, Maria.
Great. Thank you so much. I was happy to be here.
See you.
See you.